Ayodele Soyinka was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of
It's a beautiful Friday morning. Welcome to the news update on Souq News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komolafe. In a very pivotal move, President Bola Tinubu officially commissioned the African Medical Center of Excellence in Abuja, calling it a bold symbol of Africa's resilience and a major step towards making Nigeria a global healthcare hub. Developed by Afrexim Bank in partnership with the King's College Hospital, London, the state-of-the-art facility features the largest stem cell lab in West Africa and is set to expand with a teaching hospital and nursing school. The project, worth over $400 million and funded by the private sector, is positioned to lead in advanced treatment, research, and training. The president, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, noted that the center is a result of targeted health reform under the Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative, which has attracted over $2.2 billion in commitments. The initiative aims to renovate 17,000 primary health centers, train 120,000 health workers, and double insurance coverage in 3 years. Finance Minister Wale Edun and Afrexim Bank President Benedict Orama emphasized the strategic economic and social value of the center, describing it as a timely solution to Africa's healthcare needs. And now the federal government has emphasized the need for stronger partnerships between West African governments and the private sector to fast-track regional integration. Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tuga made this known during a high-level roundtable meeting in Lagos ahead of West Africa Economic Summit. With industry leaders in attendance, Tuga stressed that the private sector must take a central role in shaping economic policies across the region, aligning with the African Continental Free Trade Area's broader goals of uniting African markets and improving global competitiveness. Tuga noted that despite Nigeria's economic size, regional progress demands collective action beyond national interest. Highlighting West Africa's population of over 400 million, he said the region's youthful demographic can drive long-term growth if trade barriers are addressed. He called for more private sector participation in key projects like the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme, the Abidjan-Lagos Highway, and the West African Power Pool, all of which aims to enhance infrastructure, energy access, and trade efficiency across borders. Away from that, the Securities and Exchange Commission has announced that the Nigerian capital market will adopt a trade plus 2 business days settlement cycle for equities transactions starting November 28, 2025. This means transactions will now be completed 2 business days after the trade date instead of the current 3-day cycle. The Commission said this decision follows extensive consultations with stakeholders and a review of the existing settlement process to improve efficiency. According to the Commission, the new settlement cycle is expected to boost market liquidity, reduce the risk of default, and bring the Nigerian market in line with international standards. All capital market operators, brokers, dealers, custodians, and intermediaries are required to upgrade their system to support the change. Investors are also advised to consult their brokers and investment advisors to understand how the Trade Plus 2 business day cycle may affect their transactions and strategies. We move to the Center of Excellence. The Lagos State government has taken delivery of 3 new train sets, each with 4 coaches, to enhance its electric-powered Blue Line rail project. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu announced the arrival, emphasizing that the additional trains will reduce wait times and improve commuter experience. This delivery marks a significant milestone in Lagos urban transport development, supporting efforts to expand efficient and sustainable public transit. The Blue Line rail, spanning 27 kilometers from Marina to Mile 2, has already transported over 2.3 million passengers since September 2023. Phase 2 extension to Okokomaiko, now about 26% complete, aims for completion by 2026 and will add 6 new stations. The project, managed by China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, continues to transform Lagos' transportation infrastructure and urban mobility. And lastly, Chad has suspended visa issuance to United States citizens following the inclusion of Chadian nationals in a United States travel ban affecting 12 countries. President Idris Deby announced the decision on Facebook, citing the principle of reciprocity and emphasizing Chad's dignity despite limited resources. The suspension is a direct response to the travel restrictions imposed by the United States government. The travel ban includes 7 African countries, among them Chad, impacting diplomatic and travel relations. President Deby highlighted that Chad, unlike wealthy nations, cannot offer extravagant gifts, but will defend its national pride, according to reports. And that's the news this morning. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Just Africa comes up at 8:30. Stay with us. My name is Grace Komolafe.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Souq. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as of 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bois Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Bois Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods PLC and Boa Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anienichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share. Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Happy Eid al-Kabir and welcome to Just Africa, where we dive deep into trends shaping our world. Today we are diving into a side of the economy that rarely makes headlines, but it touches millions of lives every single day, the informal economy. Specifically, how traders and farmers prepare for key periods like planting season, festive markets, or economic transition. So let's dive into it. First up, the farmers. For many small-scale growers in rural areas, the hustle starts early with the land prep, seed buying, and hunting for fertilizers, all before the rains. But with limited access to formal credit, they often rely on savings group, co-ops, or family support. Still, there is room for smart moves. Some harvest early to cash in when prices peak, or plant fast-growing crops for quick returns. But it's a risky game. Climate change, poor storage, and price swings can easily wipe out profits. Now, to the traders, the lifeblood of local market. Now, these folks know how to play the timing game as festive seasons or harvest approach. They stock up on high-demand goods and like rice, tomatoes, or second-hand clothes. Then they move fast, shifting from side street to bustling market, positioning themselves to catch the surge of the buyers. So whether it's the man tilling the soil or the woman selling tomatoes at the junction, the informal economy is full of life, hustle, and resilience. But without better support, credit and infrastructure, and policy that actually listens, these everyday heroes are fighting an uphill battle. I am Olumide Shokoy. I also have Onyi Priye Kumale. Happy Eid al-Kabir, and thank God it's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday. It's same thing to you. You see, we are essential workers. We are working, and people are resting at home, eating rice, chewing laps of rams and cow beef. They were right in your face in just Africa. So, in Africa's informal economy, farmers and herders and traders, forms that part.
Yes.
And during a cultural and a religious season, festive season, like the Kabir popularly calls Salah, it witnessed a lot of economic activities. And these economic activities, heighten or changes, make the price of goods, to fluctuate. And we all know the kind of goods, that we experience some form of, jump in their prices, and others that we experience some form of, plummet or decline down there. We can start talking about rice, of course, beans, plantain, salad, rams and cows, meat in the market.
Big market.
Yes, meat in the market. Then, some other staples too. And you begin to ask yourself, why? Of course, we're all aware why it's that way. But recently, I can say the price of tomato, pepper, when you take a look at them, it's as if they've gone up. It's as if those prices have spiked. And I think it's towards the end of May to this beginning of June. The reason why those prices have gone up is not far-fetched. In Niger State, you remember the flooding that took place recently in Mokwa community in Niger State that claimed some lives, but also it disrupted transit, bridges, infrastructure that is linking the state, that's part of town, Niger State, to the western, to the south, to the western part of the country. And as a result of that, about some bridges have collapsed. So there are many trucks carrying foodstuff, carrying tomato, carrying perishable goods that are stuck in the north now. They can't really find their way. Not totally general in the north, but in Niger State. So we have lots of goods there, perishable goods, tomato, pepper, garbage, rice, and beans stuck, including yam, potatoes, groundnuts stuck over there. So if you look at the price of some of these things, they are high up there. Just a difference, some margins of difference.
Well said, well said. So our topic today is informal economics dynamics, how traders and farmers prepare for this period. We're looking at opportunities and constraints. Now, today's guest is no exception. He is Oluwatosin Oladiton. He is a public policy expert and business strategist. Thank you very much for coming in. Happy Eid al-Kabir today. Can you please unmute your mic?
Can you hear me?
Welcome to the program.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay,
Yes,
we can hear you now. Thank you very much for joining us.
Happy Eid celebration to everyone out there. And just like the person on the studio has rightly mentioned that there've been some adjustments to the prices. So the first thing is let's take a bit of review as why have we seen an adjustment to those prices. So one of those things is we have that the alliance of Sahel states in which Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso have moved out of the ECOWAS region. And also recently, the juntas are more or less trying to run an independent trade system. So majority of the cattle coming from Niger that would have had free access across the border are required to pay taxes or required to pay import duties, right? So when we look at from that angle, because of the livestock, that is coming from outside Nigeria that is trying to have access into Nigeria, we are likely to see a spike in the increase of goods and commodities coming from that particular region. Insecurity is also another major concern in which we have not really been able to tame. Yes, there's been a significant decline, but people have not really returned back to the farms. Also, when we look at the livelihood, right, there's been an increased poverty level in Nigeria over the last 1 year to 2 years, because simply means the disposable income, the average disposable income of individuals to be able to spend on feeding it has not really been quite encouraging. So when we look at it from both the demand, that is the availability, the scarcity in the availability of cows, scarcity in the availability of donkeys, scarcity in the availability of rams in which people are going to use to celebrate the season, it has is more or less like an overkill, right? So on the demands on the little purse or the little amount that is available within the market. So the same thing happened sometime in December where we had like a price of a chick or chicken, which we usually call it, going as high as 30,000, right? So when you look at the prices are going up, right, you also look at the available amount to be able to spend. Then you now ask yourself, is the inflation of 23.73 really, really reliable, or is it something, as of last year, we understood that there was a bit of a basing effect, or there was an adjustment to the basing rate, which more or less like we'll try to change our pricing methodology, trying to look at the basket of foods and commodities over the last 1 year. Prior were measuring with respect to 2010 basis compared to 2024 basis, which was recently reviewed. Then also, we've also seen that a lot of there's not been significant increase in the output, in the productivity of the nation. So it's usually a hard call for companies and the corporate to be able to increase salaries or benefits in which these people are able to take back to the farm. So currently, the monetary policy rate is about 27.5% because the CBN is trying to maintain a very strong monetary stance, and they believe that inflation has not been tapered enough. So once we look at it from that angle, we've also been seeing a slash in the interest rate over the last few years. So there's little amount available to spend, or the disposable income or the available monetary for people to be able to take to the market and going to use it to purchase the goods and services is a bit restrictive. So we are not able to manage both sides. But whether we like it or not, I was still walking around the street yesterday and I still saw a lot of some apartments where there are a lot of cows. People are surely going to spend. People are surely going to enjoy the festive period. It's never a dry time in Nigeria. Nigerians are Nigerians have known how to withstand issues like this. So even no matter how tough or no matter how difficult it is, if you have a Muslim friend that is well to do, you're sure that is going to host a party, right? So, but we're still going to discuss further on what the government can do or what individuals can also do to ensure that we are able to address these issues. But it's not a thing that just prayer is going to solve, because like about a couple of months ago, we saw that the chief of defense staff was saying that to address, or the governor in Borno State was saying that for us to address these issues, people need to continue to fast and pray. Fasting and prayer, yes, is very, very good, but it doesn't fix economic issues in which we could handle with the right policy, monetary policy and fiscal policy stance in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oluwatosin. I like your cap. It looks nice. So now let me take you to a bit of what I said earlier on when we started the program. I was making reference to Niger State and the recent natural disaster that took place there, where in Mokwa there was this flood. There were casualties, but also it affected critical infrastructure, which some of the bridges or the roads that link that particular axis to the southern part of the country through which they conveyed agricultural produce has been taken out. So a lot of food stuff are stuck there. And in your own perspective, how do you think this disruption would have reflected in the price of goods and services currently, apart from some of the references you made to some African countries?
Okay, so let's look at it. The reason why I'm entering into a trade is for me to be able to make returns and address my basic needs. So For example, I have a business, I go, I'm currently employed, I take my salary at the end of the day. As soon as I'm able to get my salary at the end of the day, I go and buy food or address my basic needs. So now, if the prices of school fees have increased, if the prices of average commodities also in the market have increased, what I used to buy before has also increased, and there's an increase in the prices of goods and commodities that I will naturally have access to. So even if I'm trading certain things too, I'm also likely to reflect that particular increase, right, in what I'm also going to do, right? So reflecting that particular increase in what I'm going to do too is also is likely to result to that. So now let's look at it. There's a bit of scarcity, the flood, the crisis, the crisis. Also, we also don't have storage systems, right? Considering the fact we don't have effective storage systems, so goods and commodities that have been harvested from the farms or produce that have been harvested from the farms that are not properly stored, that are not properly distributed, like about 40 to 50% of the goods that leave the farms are being wasted. So that is likely, if I have lesser demand, right, lesser supply in the market, then it's going to force an increase in the prices of the goods and commodities. So for example, if you go to, I was at Kara yesterday just to have a look at what things are happening. I'm saying that an average good looking RAM is ranging from 200 to 250,000. Because there's a much demand on it as at this point in time. But if I go there probably next week, it might drop down to 180 because people are not demanding for it as much as it should, right? So one is what you've spoken to, right? That is the prices, the flood, the crisis, and the poor access to the farms is going to affect the supply issue. So if there is scarcity of supply, or if there is a shrink on the supply side, we're likely to have an increase in the prices of those goods and commodities. Then if we also have an issue on the demand side, it's also likely to also reflect on the same too. So we need to be able to look at the balance between the two. So what can the government do? Most of these farms do not have irrigation systems. Most of these farms do not have effective storage systems. This flood crisis could be better managed. Are there dams where this water can be channeled to? This is not the first instance we're having flood within the Niger region, right? If How persistent is this going to continually to occur, and how sustainable for our business, and how sustainable for the business mode, for the agricultural system and the agricultural produce? Yes, we are producing more, but a lot is likely to result in waste. And how soon can the people return back to their farms? Because the more farmers are not able to harvest this produce and even store this produce, the less we are able to have or derive value at the global level, right? Or even driving prices of goods and services in Nigeria.
All right, just one more question before we go on a short break. Which do you think would help the farmers and traders better or the most? Access to finance, better roads, secure marketplace, or just business training? Which would help farmers and traders the most?
I think what will help the farmers the most is infrastructures, right? Farming infrastructures. And that farming infrastructures, a lot of the farmers cannot really afford it. Now, so if the farmers do not cannot really have access to be able to afford those infrastructures, then I now see that finance might come in. But for you to even have the supporting infrastructures, only a few farmers can access it. So, for example, if you look at the bag of rice ranging from 108,000 early, sometime in December, this thing, as soon as BOA was able to roll out his rice thereabout, increase the output or the distribution, we saw that the bag of rice staple down to within the range of 70, 78, thereabout. So if you're able to have more supply, right? You say you want to sell yours for 300,000, someone else says of the same quality, the same things, we also want to be able to sell it for 200,000. Then of course, everybody, law of demand and supply means that the lower the price, the higher the quantity demanded. So that is what we are going to that's what we are going to see, right? So, but can these farmers afford these infrastructures? Do these farmers have the right system to be able to even drive or even generate the output from their farms? Do they even have the right knowledge to know when to plant, when to harvest, when to harvest produce, when to plant produce, how to cultivate produce, how to till the land? Um, so how to cultivate the land, how to till the land, all those issues, if we are not able to address those issues effectively, then I don't think we'll be able to get the right output, and we are still going to be able to address that. So, for example, some people are not even strong enough to be able to return back to the farms because of insecurity issues. We keep on hearing bandits, there's no safety and the rest of them. So first, I think what we need to address, the insecurity concerns around the farms. We also need to address the knowledge gap, ensure that the farmers are appropriately skilled, then also provide the right infrastructures, not just through the palliative system. So I think the approach to the government is trying to provide palliatives to people, right? I don't think that would be the best approach to be able to address those issues. You need to be able to address the supply side, right? So if it is you have excess of supply, Dangote says he wants to build a rice milling facility. So we are likely to see a lesser demand on foreign import of agricultural produce and lower prices when it comes to those particular produce. So those we are likely to see that is likely to strike an appropriate balance within that system.
Right, thank you very much, Oluwatosin Oladiton. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue. Please stay tuned.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa
Welcome back. Still happy Eid al-Kabir to all our Muslim faithfuls. Welcome back to Just Africa. So we had the Salah report that we're going to show to you now. Let's have the Salah market survey.
We are having more numbers for people preparing for Salah. It's a good development. We thank God. It's been a positive one to the market. And our market people have been happy. Although the situation in the country does not, what we are seeing now is a little bit lower than what we have been experiencing before. But notwithstanding, the last 2 years, this year is better. There's an improvement in the market, in the economy of the country. And we have been seeing it in the market also. More patronage to us, we have been seeing it. Everything I've shown is especially agricultural products. This is the season for tomato. We have more tomatoes now, although but the processing and harvesting is giving government problem now. And onions, this is not the season for the onions. That's why it's on the high side. Soon it will be going to come down. And the same thing with tomato. That's nice. And the increase in the patronage, people are buying them more. Salah is around the corner. So more patronage, that's why people always capitalize on that.
This is 68,000. We have other 170. Is like this time, this one now is 65,000. So it's varies. And we have this kind of rice, 60,000 and 58,000 respectively. Last month is 66, 65. Never Salah is approaching. Anything festive is approaching. They do rice. Even this morning when I ate a vehicle from Lagos to Idumota to Igbo, 300 naira instead of 200 naira. So they normally hide their put Salah something on top of it.
This market, this period is somehow dull up because of the last year ones. And I could say it's well because of the money. So that is what I can just say. We have the riven rate of cows here with us. For my own cow here, I have the smallest size, like the medium size and the largest size. But for my own now, you can say I have the medium size with the just one. The medium size now, you can see the one of 750 for the medium size. If I told you we are talking about the biggest size now, you're going to see the one of 1.5, 1.3. I can say that for you, for the cows. I will just try to plead to the government that they should just help us in this, market strategy, or what can I call it? The transfer, if I thought the fuel, this thing and something just reduce down. So I think it will be more okay.
The market is okay. Alhamdulillah, understand?
Compared to last month?
I say this year I say good for everybody now.
Explain.
Inshallah, they pay.
Explain, what's the price?
The price rise, I've been paying onions before 70,000, now it is 140 again. This onion you see.
Why?
That's a lot of time. People carry onions come, no carry come, then carry them. Continue to deliver onions program. That make us cut. This every day. We sell on 120 now at busy more to no day. They enter 150 now. So everything before is day good. These 3 days, now make everything go up to most more. Ram, nobody buy ram. Ram will be 200,000 now. It's 500,000, 700, 1 million naira.
Why?
Welcome back. The Salah market survey. That was just the Salah market survey you just had there. And all I can say, on the streets of Lagos, the hustle is real. What do you think about it?
Yes, it is. So, I was surprised when we were speaking to Oluwatosin, Mr. Oluwatosin was saying around the medium size about 200,000, and if you go to the other side, it ranges from 200 to 250,000 naira. And for the cow that the respondent just talked about, from 750,000 to 1.something million. It's quite a very lucrative and big market. We could see onion there, and out bags and range from 70,000 just because of the season. And he mentioned about the issue about transportation disrupting the process, and that took it up almost twice the price. So it's having its toll. It's taking its toll.
All right, so let's bring in Mr. Oluwatosin Oladiton back again. Mr. Oluwatosin Oladiton, welcome back. If you can hear us. All right, so I'd like to ask you a question. Recently, I think it was about 2 days or 3 days ago, Nigeria is planning to partner with Denmark to bring in some cattle cattle, what do you call it?
Yes, cattle.
Cattle, rather.
For dairy products.
For dairy products. Would you say this is a good move? Would it help the informal economy? What do you think?
So most times it's always, why do we necessarily need to import what we can produce, right? It can be very helpful in the short term to address when importation can be very helpful in the short term to address when there is a gap that the local market cannot fill. But over the long term, I don't think that's the best approach for the company to be able to do, right? For the nation to be able to do, right? Because if you let's look at it. One, it affects our trade, our balance of trade. Last year in 2024, Nigeria had a balance of trade surplus for the very first time in a long period of time, right? So meaning that we're able to export much more than import. But what really drove it down is simply because Dangote refinery, crude, which accounts for like about 80 to 85% of our total 85 to 90% of our total import has been reduced because of Dangote. Dangote is feeding the local stock. So if you want to bring in dairy product or bring in cattle from Denmark within a space of 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, yes, one, is the government ready to waive off duties on that? Is the government ready to provide a bit of reliefs? And those cattle, are you bringing them to be slaughtered, or are you bringing them to reproduce more cattle or reproduce more dairy products? But if you are just bringing them just to address a shortfall, then you are still going to create the crisis, right? You're not still going to address it. So we could remember like about 2 years ago, we had the Lagos market, the eco market, but it's not longer as prominent as it used to be, right? So it simply means because you're just trying to address a short-term issue. You're not thinking about the long run, right? We have the Ministry of Livestock and Rural Development, Livestock Development. What are they doing, right? What are the issues as regards open grazing? What are the issues as regards managing these livestock? Even the farmers, if you observe that those that are really involved in this livestock farming, they are more or less the poor of the poor. So if they are the poor of the poor getting involved in that, producing our food, then we simply means we have an issue to be able to address. So what, rather than going to go and strike a partnership, why not, yes, address its deficit within the short term, but invest in farmers, invest in the infrastructures, invest in the existing farms so as to be able to drive it over the long term. Because if once you're able to drive it over the long term and you're able to drive efficiency with that, then we should be able to have more robust systems that will be able to allow us to be able to scale and address food scarcity, right? Because food is still a bit of an issue, right? In Nigeria, a lot of Nigerians cannot even afford a basic meal, right? If you look at the minimum wage for a family of four, right? So a family of four, minimum wage of 70,000, average cost of meal in Lagos is like about 1,500, 2,500. So if you even do that, removing is not, but if food is so low, if food is so cheap that people can be able to afford it and people can be able to eat well, then I think people should be able to have a better life. But relying is a good idea, is a good bad idea, right? Good idea in the sense that you address deficits in the short term, but is government ready to waive off duties, rebates, and the rest of them? A bad idea is, do we want to continue to rely on that and not develop the local balance? So if we're able to strike that balance across the two, then we can now make what's the appropriate decision or what's the most appropriate decision for us to take when it comes to importing from Denmark or leveraging other important countries to be able to address issues like that.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Oluwatosin. Now, what do you think? Do you think there are opportunities for the informal sector with all this, including the government recent policy for importation? Do you think there are opportunities, or do you think this action of the government will actually constrain the growth of the local industry, the local informal industry?
So the government action should actually support the local industries, right? So if you're curbing importation, so I have no issues with you curbing importation or reducing the demand to import, but have you developed the local industries to be able to address the demand? Nigeria has over 220 million people. And Nigeria effectively feed that 220 million people? Can the farms be able to effectively feed that? So yes, it's wanting to reduce importation, is wanting to increase tariffs, just like the US is also trying to do, right? Increasing tariffs on things that are not being imported. But are they able to address the local demand? It's even cheaper comparatively. So even if you look at the duties and the tariffs and the rest of them, it might be cheaper to even get some things from China than for them to even produce it in the US. So also you need to look at the Human Development Index. What is the state of the organizations? What's the state of the formal sector? Have the FX been relatively stable, right? So we observe that in the year 2025, in the first quarter of 2025, FX have been a bit stable, right? FX have been a bit stable, but unlike last year where there's a lot of devaluation, companies cannot be able to plan. And the reason for the stability in the FX is as a result of the CBN intervention. So CBN still needs to come in at frequent points in time to provide a bit of relief so that we don't have that much volatility. Yes, so we are not fully operating a willing buyer, willing seller basis, right? So we need to find long-term ways to restructure the economy, or we need to find long-term ways to be able to restructure the system. So if Dangote goes into rice milling, Boa also goes into rice milling, of course, we're going to have much demand, right? And Africa is going to be able to address that, which is going to be able to stem that. But telling people not to import when you don't have enough to address the local demand is going to force, because we still have only about 10% of our total access points into Nigeria are designated as borders. So if we are having only 10% designated as borders into our local access, then it simply means that we have lots that are not, a lot of illegal migration or a lot of illegal opportunities for them to move in goods and services into the country. And the more we are not able to curtail that, the more we are not able to resolve the real issue. So the real issue, government should address insecurity, government should go back to the farms, provide support, reliefs for the farmers, provide access to finance. Recently, we saw that Merif is doing more or less like a 10%. With a 10% equity contribution, you can be able to have a real estate, or you could have access to a housing facility. Do we also have something like that replicated within the agricultural sector? What are the agricultural incentives? What is the Bank of Agriculture doing? What is the Bank of Industry doing? Are they able to support the existing industries to be able to scale and to be able to deliver?
Mr. Oluwatosin Oladiton, if I may come in, just one more question, if you could make it in less than a minute. During busy periods, do farmers, traders, do they rely on loans or credit from suppliers or other sources, and which would you recommend, and how can the government come in and bridge this barrier?
So part of the trade barriers is government. What some other organizations, some other countries do is that government, rather than government come in to be able to provide is support, right? So government have a structured scheme. If you want to sell to these farmers, you sell through this particular platform, you sell through this particular portal, government is going to provide some of them as funding schemes for you. Then government is also going to use some other part to develop the farms and develop the ecosystem. But one thing we need to look at is the transportation. We also need to look at the storage. How many of our railways are effective enough to be able to move it from the farm to the market? Also, from the movement of the farm, from the farm to the market, what value is being lost in that? So if government can able to address if government does not want to really address the local end, if government can address the medium or the logistics system around it, we are also likely to have increased output. And if government also need to invest in the agricultural development, ensure that these farmers have the right knowledge, these farmers have increased access to farms. Even where are the government farms, right? Most of the government farms that we used to have in those days in Operation Feed the Nation have been privatized and more or less running as private schemes, right? So we need to have a social stream whereby the public sector and the private sector partner together to be able to drive economic solutions or to be able to drive sustainable solutions in the market.
All right, thank you very much, Oluwatosin Oladiton, public policies expert and business strategist. So glad to have you, and of course, happy Eid al-Kabir. All right, quite an insightful and impactful discussion there, and I like how he made certain, remarks, reservations about transportation. That we really need transportation. The government really needs to bridge that gap of transportation and every other thing.
Yeah, because most of the roads leading to the farms. Do remember that we've talked about this before, that most of the farms are located in the rural areas. And there's been also a conversation about the presence of government been absent or not really felt in the local areas. So the people, the local population that we have there that are supposed to be, producing food for the cities are now leaving the cities. I mean, they're now leaving the rural areas and relocating to the cities to look for white-collar jobs, and most of our farms are lying fallow, except for the moment where people now have access to land and some governors in their own space has been making some form of connection between the rural areas and the urban areas, so that those who have farming settlements or who have areas, who have farms, could go there and work and probably come to the cities to rest for a while, then go back. If those roads are well connected and well built, then the government will be making strategic plans to make sure that the issue regarding transportation to ferry and convey goods from the rural communities during harvest to the towns is made possible. And that in itself could take down, have, or no matter how small, how meager the margin is, to bring down food inflation and bring down the prices of food, of staples. Also, what we are currently faced now is that critical infrastructure is currently being also affected in Niger State. I remember vividly when Souq, John Rogers, will make references to Niger State and how it has the capacity, if well harnessed, to feed the whole of Africa when it comes to agriculture, and equally to export to neighboring countries around. And now, with some of the infrastructure has been disrupted by the recent flood that took place in Mokwa. And as a result of that, even though the president has sent about 2 billion naira to cater to those who have lost their homes and those who suffer some form of victims. But however, it's going to take another budgetary year, both for the state and the central government, to be able to fix those infrastructure, those bridges that collapsed. Because I said, as a result of those bridges that collapsed, the trucks that are loading food items cannot really find access to the towns and down to the southern part of the country, except there is an alternative route that will cost less. So that in itself had a toll in it. But we're in the rainy season at the moment, and it's another loud call to the government for need not only to make sure that we build drainage systems, but also to invest in building dams that will be providing, if the government does that, it will be providing some form of succor as an agricultural infrastructure to those who are engaged in large and big-time farmings. Mr. Oluwatonsi was talking about those government farms that he was asking where are they? Now they've been privatized. Where those who bought those farms, or the way those who won it through the process of bid, are they really bringing in development? Have we really expanded that business, or is the farm, those farms, are they going down the drain as something that we cannot reference anymore? So that's very, very important. Also, I wanted to ask him, before we let him off the conversation, that look, the government has a responsibility. He mentioned the Bank of Industry, and those Bank of Agriculture. We need to revitalize, to resuscitate these state institutions, because we know that they have the capacity to provide credit to entrepreneurs who are farmers, to provide credit in low digit, if not single digit, even though currently, as we speak, the NPR is 27.5. So if we can provide it and give them a specific period of time for them to start paying, and also government will provide a platform where they can take the goods and the agricultural produce to sell, so that we remove waste from the value chain. That in itself will speak well for the sector, and I think we'll be making progress as a result of that.
All right, let's quickly go on a short break, and while we're at it, we'll take Cashcraft. Stay tuned.
cocoa because of my everyday cup of coffee. You may not be a lover of coffee like me, but I want to believe that you would like to make money from cocoa if you have your way around it, isn't it? This is Cashcraft, where we share with you insights on how to make money out of different business ideas. You might already know, but feel uninterested. You might even not be aware and just feeling lost in the crowd trying to find what best suits you. Whether you know or not, it can only get better when you are open to more knowledge and great ideas. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I want you to join me as I spy into the cocoa business. No hypes, just what works. Everybody knows cocoa, but not everyone knows the many things it's used for. When you hear cocoa, your mind jumps straight to the chocolate, sweet, dark, rich chocolate. But cocoa is far more than a one-trick bean. Cocoa comes from the cocoa tree, Theobroma cacao, but the part used for cocoa and all the other products is the bean, which grows inside the tree's pod. The cocoa tree produces large, colorful pods. Inside each pod are 20 to 50 cocoa beans surrounded by sweet pod. The beans are the real stars. They are fermented, dried, roasted, and processed to produce cocoa solids, cocoa butter, and chocolates. Cocoa is rich in fat. Beyond chocolate, it is used for food and beverage, beauty and skincare, pharmaceuticals, agriculture and industry, health and wellness. Now, let's talk business. Starting a cocoa farming business can be rewarding, especially in tropical regions where the crop thrives. Here are key tips to help you begin. 1. You need to understand the crop. Cocoa grows best in humid tropical climates like West Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. It needs plenty of rainfall, shade, and rich, well-drained soil. And it starts yielding from 3 to 5 years after planting. 2. Get training or mentorship. Learning from experienced cocoa farmers or attending agricultural workshops can help a great deal. Likewise, understanding the life cycle, such as nursery period to transplanting, maintenance, harvesting, drying and fermenting remains very important. Usually, cocoa trees begin their journey in a nursery where seeds from high-yielding varieties are planted in fiber pods or plastic bags. These seedlings grow quickly, and in just a few months, they are ready to be transplanted to the main farm. 3. Choose the right variety. Select high-yield and disease-resistant cocoa varieties like CRI series from Ghana or Amazonia and Trinitario hybrids. Number 4. Secure land. Choose land in a cocoa-friendly zone. Test the soil to ensure it's fertile and free from waterlogging. 5. Set up a nursery. Germinate seeds in polybags or trays for 3 to 4 months before transplanting. Alternatively, buy seedlings from a certified nursery. 6. Land preparation and planting. Clear the land and provide shade. Cocoa doesn't like direct sunlight. Space your cocoa trees 3 times 3 meters apart. Include shade trees like banana or plantain in the early years. We move to 7. Now, regular maintenance. Weeding, pruning, mulching, and pest disease control are crucial. So apply manure or fertilizer as needed. Number 8 tips you need to know is harvest and post-harvest handling. Cocoa pods are ready when they turn yellow or orange. Harvest with care. Don't damage the tree. Ferment beans 5 to 7 days and dry them thoroughly for quality. And now it's time to make the cash. The number 9 tips is to market and sell. Connect with local cocoa buyers, processors, or cooperatives. Remember that quality beans fetch better prices. Hence, focus on good fermentation and drying. Lastly, I bring you the number 10 tip. Think long term. Cocoa is a long-term investment, so be ready for it. No complaints or over-agitation. Consider forming or joining a farmer cooperative for support and better access to resources. May I add that to begin a cocoa farming business, it is important to establish a comprehensive business plan. This plan should encompass key aspects such as a business description, product offerings, organizational structure, marketing strategies, competitive analysis, operational procedures, and financial details. These elements are crucial for laying a solid foundation to successfully launch and grow your cocoa farming venture. Kindly do a very detailed research to support the tips I just shared with you. So when you get in, you can come out with encouraging profits. Note, this is not a professional guide. It is just a heads up, a way to call your attention or pull you out of the lost crowd so you can begin to think differently and think business. Until I see you again, I am Grace Komalafe signing out on Cashcraft.
Welcome back to Just Africa. And of course, happy Eid al-Kabir to all our Muslim faithfuls. All right, we still have Mr. Olatosin Oladiton. He's still on standby via Zoom. Welcome back, Mr. Olatosin Oladiton.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Olatosin.
Mr. Olatosin, can you please unmute your mic?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, clearly we can hear you clearly. Thank you very much. Welcome back. So, you talked about, you made reference to the Bank of Industry. You also made reference to government policy that needs to come into place. You also made reference to some of the government farms that have been privatized. So let me talk about those entrepreneurs individuals who have farms, not for subsistence purpose, but for business purposes, but they have not really upskilled. And that's because they lack credit to be able to expand their business. How do you think they can access credit to do that when we know that when they go to banks, one of the things that will be said or they will be faced with is the issue about collateral? How can we bypass this hurdle?
Okay, so let me play from both sides. The collateral is more or less like a safety that the bank requires, that in the event when they are going to default, in the event of a default, the bank can have something to fall back on. Also, what's the cost of financing credit in Nigeria? What's the cost compared to the margin? So I go to the bank, I take a 34% loan, monetary policy plus credit spread within 35% to 40%. What is even my gross margin on that particular product? What's my operating margin? If my cost of financing is 35 to 40%, it simply doesn't, it's not sustainable over the long run, right? So we've seen a lot of, the government is trying to introduce some schemes, some agricultural funding schemes, but how many people even have access to it? Is it the right people that have the farms that we were able to have access to it? Working in the space of agriculture, I've been able to look at even getting funds from the government, not because there are not credit schemes in place. There is the Bank of Industry have a 150 million credit scheme, which you can get without collateral. But with 150 million, be able to scale. Yes, it's able to do one or two things. You can cultivate like about 50 hectares of land, 50 acres of land with 150 million. But what is the scale? What is the return? What is the yield on it? So getting access to credit is not the issue. You could have up to 150 to 500 million without collateral. Then if you want to scale it at a larger scale, like 1 billion, the bank needs to protect themselves. But I don't think a firm that really wants to grow take pricing credit in Nigeria, especially when the credit is not single digit, is a bullish approach. Right, pricing credit in Nigeria can be a bit difficult, right? Because you're not able to see it, you're not able to get the best out of it, you're not able to get the best returns from it, because your margin for you to be able to pay an interest of 35%, that means you need to have above that 35%, because you still need to give back returns to the investors, or the investors, people that have been able to invest in those capitals at that point in time. So those are the things that we really need to you look at. The Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry also should try to create sustainable systems, right, where these people can have access to the credit on time, real time. Another issue is you submit a processing with the Bank of Industry today, or to be able to get access to finance. It's going to take you 2 to 3 months before you are even done with the paper documentation. Yes, we understand that documentation is key. We saw how the NISA scheme that has been in place failed simply because the funds were going to the inappropriate people who do not necessarily have those farms, or who they just use it as a side fund to be able to move money out of the system without getting the ultimate beneficiaries having benefit to those facilities that is going to drive the real sector development. So also our credit documentation is quite lengthy and takes quite a whole lot of time. In other places, it's very difficult for you to have access to credit facilities within a space of 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days. It takes months, it takes weeks for you to be able to get those credit facilities up to for you to be able to get those credit facilities and see how well you are able to do get those things. But the average entrepreneur in Nigeria that is carrying out getting investment in agriculture or playing within the agricultural space has a lot of issues to deal with. It has to do with security issues, which also increases its cost of operations. It has to do with sourcing issues, which also increases its cost of operations. It has to do with interest rate, high interest rate, which has to do with cost of financing. And you also need to even deal with the supply side, right? Because how many people are even ready to pay that particular price for that product or service that is going to be sold? So we need government to come in to invest in those large scale farms and also provide support for those small farms to be able to grow and develop into very large scale farms. I think that will be able to help us to be able to have a more sustainable agricultural system in Nigeria.
All right. Also, in relation to that, what about the Uncle's Borrowers Scheme? Was it a success? Do you think it can actually work?
So the same thing that happened to the NISA program, right? Because also happened to the Uncle's Borrower program, right? It didn't get to the real people. It didn't get to the real people. A lot of people, you see, something about Nigerians' behavior to credit is also a bit worrisome. So Nigerians have this kind of behavior that is their own share of the national cake. So if I take a credit from the government, because also some other system we've put in place is the traders' money, the market money, in which those are not things that are able to build a sustainable system. So if I was to speak on behalf of the government should set up their cooperatives. So government should engage cooperatives, not invest in one farm or invest in 2 farms, invest in a bulk of farms. So all that, invest in a farming system under a cooperative where you could have access to 100 hectares of land, right? So with that, you're able to develop the right infrastructure. You're even, for you to even be paying the farmers, you can even have where you are paying the farmers. But if you are giving someone 30,000, you're giving someone 50,000, he's not even able to even address his need. But let the farmers be able to see that on my farmland, I've been able to increase my output from 20% to 30%. I've been able to increase my yield on my farm produce from like about 100 metric tons to like about 200 metric tons. I'm be able to get it. I'm able to make more work. In 2024, as a result of the volatility in the prices of some agricultural produce like cocoa, a lot of farmers became billionaires overnight, right? So the opportunity is there, the demand is there, right? The market is there for you to be able to harness it, but what system do you have in place to be able to do that? So if you look at some other clients, let's take a case of Malaysia. The government had a structured investment in oil palm. In fact, the World Bank had to find a way to get across to Malaysia to say that you people don't need to be solely dependent because there are policies. What policies is the government putting in place to drive sustainable agricultural development in the state? What policies is what government reforms are they doing? What acts has the National Assembly passed? It's not just to have a National Assembly that is not that passing a lot of bills. Yes, we've seen a lot of bills come out from the National Assemblies, but what structured bills is the government passing to be able to advance the development within that particular space that is going to provide more that's able to provide more returns, right? So those are the things that we need to be able to look from a national perspective and from a holistic perspective, but that the individual players will be able to do it themselves. No, I don't think that's the best. That the individual players they don't have the muscles, they don't have the capacity for them to be able to expand, right? So we continue to see that the crops are aging, the trees are aging, the crops yields are getting lower, the yield from the crops are not of the right quality, they are not of the right standards, they are not meeting the appropriate benchmarks. So we see a lot of rejection. So in fact, we have a lot of rejections, we have a lot of waste because they did not cultivate it. What is the art of cultivation? What is the art of pruning? What is the art of harvesting? What is the art of irrigation? What are the farming systems, practices, and processes that each of those farms have in place for them to be able to deliver the appropriate produce? So if the government is just keep on giving them something that is not sustainable, right? You're giving them access to probably 1 million, 2 million, in which they might think that, oh, this is our own share of the national cake. But if the government invests in structural development, then because you have these farms, right? Or because, yes, we know all land belongs to the government, but because you've been using these farms for a period of time, the government is going to pay you a rental based on your usage of those particular farms, and the government is also going to pay you an output. So if government can take the market off the farmers, government have a structured system for them to be able to store this agricultural produce and also sell, even if it's to the private sector in Nigeria, even if it's to the public sector in Nigeria, right? Or even if it's the external market. So we saw that recently the presidency launched, it was meant to be the Cocoa Management Committee, but we have the Cocoa Board. So what is the Cocoa Board going to do to partner with the Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria? What systems are they able to ensure that for every farm that is able to produce a strong yield of cocoa or to produce a high quality cocoa, you are able to sell that? The government is able to influence your pricing. The government is able to influence your planning. The government is able to influence your distribution of that particular produce to the target or to the end users. So it's not that government should come and make credit available. If you make credit available and the farmer does not have the right process, does not have the right, the credit is going to eventually become bad. So if I have access to funds and I don't have access to be able to use that funds to generate appropriate returns, then it's more or less like a disarray to the society. So first thing, government needs to, before even providing the credit, government needs to provide the right systems, provide the right policies, provide the right institutional frameworks to ensure that these farmers are better off, right? So if you look at the crude, when we look at the refinery, for example, Dangote wanted to sell, he has a 650,000 barrel per day capacity of refining capacity. But the first thing government had to put in place was that government, it needed to be able to even buy in Naira, right? It's until he's able to buy in Naira before we can even say that you are able to get the best out of it. But if we don't have the structural systems in place, we don't have the appropriate things in place, I don't think we are going to be able to get the best out of it.
Thank you very much. This is a safe place to land, Mr. Oluwatosin Oladiton. Thank you very much. You have been brilliant. We do appreciate your thoughts this morning. All right, that was an impactful and insightful discussion. And this is where we draw the curtains on Just Africa. Thank you for listening. And if you have actually enjoyed this episode, be sure to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Drop a comment, a like, share it with a friend who needs to hear what's really happening on the continent. Until next time, stay curious, stay informed, and stay connected. I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I'm Oyin Priye Krumale, and thanks for watching.
Senegal stands tall as one of West Africa's most stable and forward-looking nations, a country where tradition and modernity blend with remarkable harmony. With its strategic location on the Atlantic coast, Senegal has long served as a gateway for commerce, diplomacy, and cultural exchange across the continent. From the historic island of Gorée, an enduring symbol of the transatlantic slave trade, to the vibrant streets of Dakar, pulsing with art, music, and entrepreneurship, Senegal's story is one of resilience, evolution, and pride. At the heart of Senegal's progress lies its democratic maturity. Often hailed as a beacon of stability in the region, Senegal has consistently demonstrated peaceful transfers of power and a robust civil society. This political foundation has allowed the country to focus on critical areas of development, including education, health, infrastructure, and innovation. The government's plan, Senegal Emergent PSE, launched in 2014, outlines an ambitious path towards sustainable economic growth, infrastructural development, and social advancement, positioning the nation as a rising force in West Africa. Senegal's economic landscape is diverse and expanding, from agriculture and fishing to digital services and energy. The country continues to attract foreign investment and regional partnerships. The new city of Diamaniadio, a flagship project under the PSC, is transforming into a hub for technology, education, and governance, reducing the strain on Dakar and symbolizing a vision of decentralized, inclusive development. Culturally, Senegal is a powerhouse. The influence of Sufi Islam, particularly the Maurite Brotherhood, has shaped not only spiritual life, but also economic cooperation and communal cohesion. The nation's music, literature, and visual arts are internationally celebrated, with artists like Youssou N'Dour and filmmakers like Ousmane Sembene leaving indelible marks on global culture. This rich cultural identity reinforces a sense of unity and purpose, even amidst economic or political challenges. Socially, Senegal continues to prioritize youth empowerment and gender inclusion, with over 60% of the population under the age of 25. Investments in education, vocational training, and entrepreneurship are vital. Women's roles in politics, business, and civil society are increasingly visible and impactful, further strengthening national development. Senegal also leads in diplomacy and regional integration. It is a founding member of ECOWAS and plays an active role in African Union affairs and peacekeeping missions. This outward-looking approach reinforces Senegal's role as a stabilizing force and a champion of Pan-African ideals. With its deep historical roots, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to progress, Senegal continues to inspire a model of African development, grounded in cultural pride, democratic values, and inclusive growth. I am Moyasore Adibi for Souq News TV.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tom Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home.
and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street, the nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now, but actually they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us, people like Mrs. Francesca Emanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges, and somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, we were trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, trying to show off or to project your own image, but whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt, being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, You will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without... I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By a famous Hanover city, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, you know, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, base of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, two shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nursing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went to actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadiwu was excellent. Yola Sope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, oh, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Ndagoba. And you're trying to prepare your roster, and you wanted to put such people online to read the network news. And they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radije Didu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. Festac. It's the only thing that has happened to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station, because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the Festac, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of Festac. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, came and had his own Festac all on his own from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, you know, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, you know, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, you know, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, oh, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things. Things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories. on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels when they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I with due respect, I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts if there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning. By the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, "You have been very rude to the president." The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, "Good morning, Mr. President, sir." Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, "Julie, I know you can be rude at times." I said, "Not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior." And he said, the president said, "I'm being very rude to him." He said, "I know you, maybe you can say things." And I said, "No, I never." He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lead commodore of their navy. She said, "Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, 'You are the one that did this.'" And I said, "Can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster." Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that actually maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept into Porda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. My son, oh man. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Yekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not. I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think that is falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, are more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand in my upbringing, was an Echekere man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my GG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat Echekere pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Echekere food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Sadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money. From telcos and from the brewing industry, they made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league, then they will tell them who will watch Nigerian league. I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard, and that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the Sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had. and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun, God bless his memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed. And the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in states. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG, where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here to do. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandates, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stern in our actions, and ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations, and transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja, whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is accountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagements with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to. And also, how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fees, to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle we know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby we are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in crop practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC, for the past 25 years, has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also we will tackle the challenge of corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise, are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money. And you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished aides, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detect corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing? How can we fight this corruption, Chairman? But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it. And also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process. Because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges, no. It is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption,
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to Souq News. We are reaching you live from our studios from the commercial city of Lagos, Nigeria. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Now let's begin. President Bola Tinubu is urging Nigerians not to lose hope, saying the country is on the path of recovery. In his Eid al-Kabir message, the president admitted that while Nigeria isn't where it wants to be, key reforms are showing results and better days lie ahead. He called for unity, compassion, and resilience, especially during the festive period, and expressed gratitude for the patience of Nigerians during what he described as a challenging but necessary journey. Tinubu also mourned the victims of the recent flooding in Mokwa, Niger State, which claimed over 150 lives, and called for collective efforts to support those affected. He denied the message with prayers for peace and guidance for the country's leaders and frontline officers. Now, Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Company says its $10 billion Train 7 project is now 80% complete. To support the next phase of the project, 140 young Nigerians have begun a 3-month advanced training program on Bonny Island. The trainees, who have already completed a year of basic training, will now gain hands-on experience in areas such as maintenance, commissioning, and operations. The training is part of a collaboration between the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas and the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. Officials said the goal is to equip participants with practical skills needed to support Nigeria's oil and gas industry and boost local capacity. Earlier batches of the trainees had received training in fields like engineering, ICT, welding, and supply chain management. Now, investors on Nigerian exchange gained over 1.1 trillion naira in a single day as the market relied ahead of the Eid al-Adha holiday. The market capitalization rose by 1.63%, closing at 72.3 trillion naira on Thursday, up from 71.1 trillion naira the day before. The all-share index also jumped, driven by strong interest in top stocks like MTN Nigeria, Wando, and Champion Breweries, which all posted significant gains. Market data showed 41 gainers and 22 losers, with over 1.4 billion shares traded, valued at 33.5 billion naira. This marks the third straight day of gains on the exchange this week, according to reports. Now, Nigeria's foreign exchange earning could take a major hit following proposed U.S. law that seeks to impose a 3.5% tax on all international money transfers made by non-citizens. The bill, already passed by the United States House of Representatives, targets remittances sent abroad, including those from green card holders and temporary visa recipients. If signed into law, the tax will be deducted at the point of transfer and is expected to impact millions of immigrants and their workers. Nigeria, one of the world's top recipients of remittances, received nearly $21 billion in 2024 alone. Analysts warn that tax could boost Nigeria over $200 million annually and may drive many Nigerians in the diaspora to informal, unregulated channels. Experts say that this development could undermine efforts by the Central Bank of Nigeria to boost foreign inflows and stabilize the naira, putting pressure on households, reserves, and the economy at large. Now, for the first time in history, Nigeria's Super Eagles will play Russia at senior level this Friday at Moscow's iconic Luzhniki Stadium. The match, though a friendly, is seen as a critical test for both the teams. Russia, suspended from major tournaments since 2022, has been playing non-European teams to stay sharp. They are on an 8-game unbeaten run and haven't conceded a single goal during that stretch. Nigeria, meanwhile, is riding high after recent wins over Ghana and Jamaica, with World Cup qualifiers around the corner. Friday's game offers a key chance to test new players and fine-tune tactics. The Super Eagles will be without some big names like the goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali and forwards like Kelechi Iheanacho and Samuel Chukwueze. But Captain William Trust Ekong and defender Bright Osai Samuel are back in the squad to boost morale. Now, many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Many thanks for watching. Once again, coming up shortly is Souq Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot the opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and a relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore other avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was a first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Corn Oil, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Corn Oil expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence, not only in exploration and production, but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, He delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that span the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God, and indeed, Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him as a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated billions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday, he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged, and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to UK Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And paying much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recurring. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria, but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts, too, have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
But Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to Souq Business Landscape, your weekly compass through the economic tides shaping Nigeria and the world. I'm your host, Moyosori Adebi, and today's show is a three-part journey. First, we take a festive yet critical look at the Salah season as ram traders and transporters cash in, despite soaring prices. Then we zoom into the heart of Nigeria's industrial ambition as NLNG's Train 7 nears the finish line. And finally, we dig into the dirt, literally, with news of a $110 million food loan from Japan as the federal government tries to feed the nation and stabilize the economy amid inflation. Whether you're a policy buff, a market watcher, or just a curious citizen, this episode is packed with insight, strategy, and a whole lot of economic meat. So let's get into it. I'm Moyosori Adebi, as I earlier said, and I am joined to my left by the lucid and soft-spoken Mr. Olumide Shokoya. And of course, to my right, we have the very riveting Mr. Priye Krumale. And next to me, we have Mr. Chooks John Rogers. We all know him very animated and of equally very lucid. Thank you guys for being here today. This is the first time I'm sitting on this side. So this is new to me. In the meantime, we'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you the full details of this story. Thank you so much. Now we begin. As Eid al-Kabir begins, some traders and transporters in Jigawa State are making increased profits as prices of goods and services heightened. While the cost of rams brought about fewer buyers in markets like Shuwarin and Maigatari, ram prices now range from 180,000 up to a staggering 980,000 naira, while bulls and camels sell for over 1 million naira. Seller says that the number of buyers is lower this year, but those who are buying are paying much more than before. The rise in prices is due to the closure of the Nigeria-Niger border and low supply of livestock. Transporters are also earning more as the demand for moving animals from farms to market has increased. Even with the high cost of fuel, many vehicles are fully booked for Salah deliveries. Now, while the high prices are making it hard for many families to afford the traditional Eid sacrifice, the festival is still helping businesses in the livestock and transport sectors make some gains. Now, let's get into it, ladies. I said ladies, gentlemen, I must be missing a mobile. Yes. All right, so let's get into it. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Krumale. This season, the prices are a lot higher. Do we think this is like seasonal inflation, or is this a call to action as against the worsening situation of the supply chain in Nigeria, of the food supply chain in Nigeria?
First of all, I will say it is both informed by a seasonal inflation.
Yes.
Do I even want to call it inflation? Let me use that word. I will call it seasonal, and also we have some other policies that has influenced the current happenings.
Yes.
That is not a direct offshoot of what we are currently celebrating. Because whenever we have this cultural and religious festival, one thing that is bound to happen is the level of economic activities increase. Not only does that happen, you also get to see that some of these economic activities will affect the crop the prices of the staples and agricultural produce. Sometimes you see the price run high, others you see the price run down low, and they all have the reason why that is happening. Now, currently, if you look at, most people may not be able to afford rams in this specific season. And one of the reasons, rams and cows, one of the reasons for this happening is that before now, Niger Republic, after they pulled out, there was the coup there and the military junta started governing the country, and after they pulled out of the ECOWAS bloc, that they they stopped the movement of cows and cattle down from that part of town into Nigeria like they normally do. And we are being told that about 500 cows, or I think he wants to say 50, and I just waved it aside because that's too insignificant a number with the number of trailers you see coming into Lagos State. One of those trailers could house more, if not 30 or more cows, let alone say 50 coming from Niger Republic. So I think it's more than that. I could put the number being 500 or so, because not all of them get into Lagos State, but we know that Lagos is a high consumer of meat. So because of that, you see a few of them come in. And when few come in, we now have fewer cows and fewer rams to buy or to go around, then the price spike. Because as we speak now, the price of a good ram is between 200 and 250,000 naira. For the average cattle is about 750,000, and the one that is bigger than the average cattle is going to 1 million naira. So in that specific case, you look at how many people can afford that. So when our team went out, they were conversing with people. Some said, okay, fine. People who are buying now are buying well and they are paying freely. But the number of people that patronized those cows and the rams are somewhat few. However, they are making sales. So we could see that the number of cattle and the number of rams in demand in this specific season has drastically depleted. So if we move away from that, what about tomato? onion, those perishable goods that we normally even attract from the north down to the southern part of this country. One thing I will always do is attribute the recent slight spike in the prices of tomato to one of the, what happened some few days ago in Mokwa in Niger State, where a devastating flood came into place. And what you see is that one of the critical infrastructure, a bridge, if not, I believe it's even more than one, collapsed. And that has led into some of these trucks ferrying these goods into the southern part of Nigeria, to remain stuck over there. So itself, it has some sort of influence in the current prices. So at the moment, we can say, yeah, seasonal, but it has both policy coming from our neighboring countries and natural disaster.
Yeah, I love that you even brought up the, the tomato issue and also the natural disaster. I know this is the festive season and I don't want to make it a little bit gloomy, but I'm going to ask you this question, Mr. Chooks. Do you think that even post-Salah festivities, should we be worried in the long run about, access and prices of not just livestock, but just food prices generally? Because I feel like, now we're talking about the closure of the Niger border. It's not only livestock we were getting from Niger back then. So should we be worried, and what can we do to even placate this issue, so to speak?
Okay, the word worry is one conscious, in quote. So please don't worry. Worry takes you to the hospital. Drugs are expensive right now. It's seasonal, so first I want to say Baraka de Salah to all our Muslim friends, faithfuls, and families, and have yourself a beautiful celebration. For the cost of rams and cows, let's look at what it did cost last year and what it's costing this year. What has hit the Naira also hits that market. When dollar decides to go up based on our less productivity, it affects everything. So that comparison is there. That's a stark reality. And just like Priye said, several other factors have also come to play from Niger Republic. They might not give us much, but the amount coming in from there is much. So he was saying about 50 cattle, 50 herds. 50 herds of cattle, that's much. Plenty.
It begs the question, how many is in a herd? Not just one.
Yes. So for we on this other side, like he mentioned Mokwa too. That is one thing that most people are not really considering, because that is a major route to bring in this particular agric products. That's what they are, from the far north, where a lot of them are farmed down this way. So now if they have to now look for another route, which means they have to now go all the way back to Lokoja and push it this way, extra cost, who bears it? You. Should we be worried? If we depend on being worried, then nothing will happen. I will prefer looking at solutions. Right now, we are getting into the rainy season, which means we'll spend less for irrigation. Farmers, supporters of farmers, private organizations, state, local government, this is the time to abate any worry. If we say in the next 3 months, we are going to invest our strength, our focus in producing food in the next 3 months, we'll have enough cereal to feed everybody. But now that is where the issue is. Willpower, focus. Are we going to do it? Let us take this rainy season, take this Ramadan that is here as a wake-up call that, yes, people are hungry, but we can engage these people that are hungry in productive ventures. Everybody must not be here in Lagos. When I say this, people get angry. But it's the truth. Everybody must not be here in Lagos. There are several people that can be duly engaged outside Lagos. So this is where, I won't mention government first, but this is where me, you, private organizations, and government has to play. We need people to farm. And we need those products to be moved. We have the time. We have the rain. So let's get to it.
I'm maybe worried especially when you say we have the rain.
Part
of the problem is that bridges are falling.
No. So bridges that are falling is
falling and bridges are falling.
It's not carrying the land away.
It's not about it's not carrying the land away, but it's one thing to produce the food. If it can't get to me, then there's a problem.
Now, you see, when we keep looking at the problem, let's farm first. Let it be the movement that will now start looking for solutions, but now we need to farm.
No.
Mind you that we are busy worried about a bridge that fell. we have bigger problems to worry about. There is a dam somewhere in Cameroon, and
Yeah.
by the time the rains is almost going, if it overflows, they try opening it, and that happens every year.
Yes.
So these are things that we should worry. But if we can start farming, let's have a board, a committee, like government always said, that will mitigate that. But first, let us farm.
I still have a bit of problem with the saying the rain is not a problem. Personally, for me, I feel that if rain is falling and we can't transport these things and there's a problem with the logistics of delivering this food, I think that there's a major problem. But I'm going to come to you, Mr. Olumide. We've talked about, the rain and the problems and stuff like that. What, in your perspective, in all of this, would you say the government should really focus on? Because again, we are asking for public-private partnerships and all of that. It's not everything that can solve, right? When we're looking at, okay, bridges are being built and rain falls and it's collapsing, there could be many reasons. It could be structural reasons and not just even rain. It could be a lack of the drainage systems not working properly. So those are things that generally fall under the purview of the government. So what would you say they could do to help us, so to speak, with the masses?
Well, first of all, Souq highlighted some problems that we also need to solve. Priye talked about the Niger border closure, which could have actually reduced the price of things to a minimum or something, but the border has been closed. He also talked about people going back to farms. Well, I wanted to ask him, are you ready to go back to the farm? But so what is it? It's not just Salah alone. Even during Christmas, by October, or by not even October, September, people start to buy things because you know that come December,
it's going to be
prices
astronomical.
Go up. Yeah. Hotels are booked, and you begin to wonder what is really happening. There's so much, or so not so much, or is it so little the government can do? So much the government can do.
Yeah.
But we ourselves. Now I'm thinking, is there a way the federal government can come in to stabilize? But you can't stabilize price because, there's a whole lot that goes into it. Dollar influences it. If the dollar goes up, are you going to tell them that, take the shortfall for the dollar going up? How are you going to do that? So then again, 2 days ago, we talked about the federal government importing livestock from Denmark to increase dairy products and all that. Now, that's a good initiative, but I think the problem with our own country or our own climb is implementation. People doing the right thing at the right time. When we hear good things happening in Nigeria, we're always skeptical. What if? But I think that's also a good thing, even though climate-wise, we're not sure how these livestock will really fare in our environment. But that's also a good thing. Then I'm also worried about competitiveness, because if these livestock come in, will the herders, will they be receptive to this? Will it crash the market? Will it bring it up? It's a whole lot of things to think about, basically. So, but then again, the people themselves.
Which is you and I, is it?
You and I. This Salah is benefiting some and it's not benefiting some. It's benefiting the livestock and the logistics because, yes, it's Christmas for them. But the common man are being priced out. Yeah. And it's creating some kind of inequality because it's almost as if it's exclusive for the wealthy now to afford, 150,000 to ₦1 million. Yes. A man who has 5 children would have to think about that do I really? But we live in a climate whereby we uphold tradition and religion. So some people might still want to, in the spirit of tradition and religion, do that. But are we really helping ourselves?
Yeah, I love that you talked about, people being priced out, not being able to afford this thing. And again, this is religion. We're very religious people in Nigeria. It's something that's very near and dear to our hearts. Would I be out of line if I did say that the government could probably I know we hate the word subsidies, but just for the festive seasons. Are we out of line?
On what exactly?
On the cattle.
Okay, if he's talking about...
So they're more affordable for the Muslim faithfuls just in this season alone.
Okay, if you're talking
because there are lots of Muslims.
We still have open grazing problem, we have ranching. So if we're going to subsidize this, how?
Okay, so the thing about subsidy that he's talking about is this. I think I listened into a conversation where if it's going to happen, it should not be government-driven.
Who would drive that?
It should be religious houses and people
subsidizing for those that worship.
Because the current, as we speak, in Mushin area, someone bought cow. Bought what we call rams, and started selling out in a subsidized price for 75,000 naira to others who
those within his worship center.
Yes, within that Mushin area. And he was selling out. So, and I know he did not buy it because he was equally said that he didn't buy them for 75,000.
Definitely.
So he's doing that for religious purposes, and government should not engage in that, because even when they sponsor people to Mecca and they sponsor people to Jerusalem, is it, to Israel?
Yes.
Nigerians are complaining that government should not be involved in doing such. Yeah. But one thing I want to say is this. In Lagos is the largest market for red meat consumption. Not less, at least if we are to be moderate, we can say about 3,000 cows or more could be slaughtered in Lagos State every day to be eaten. Now, where are they coming from? For me, I think Niger Republic, they are doing themselves more harm, because Nigeria, we are talking about a population of over 200 million people, and they need beef to survive. And if Lagos alone could be going away with 5,000 cattle, or between 3,000 and 5,000 cattle as meat daily, now we will not start talking about the restaurants and the hotels that will need those as well, apart from the households that we are going to be doing that. If we calculate that for annually for Lagos, we'll be doing more, or close to 1 million, if not more, annually. Now, where are they going to come from? I think Niger Republic should see Lagos or Nigeria as a very big market, no matter no matter the friction or the conflict. Trade should be left open so that it can benefit both parties. And if they don't do that, I know the market is going to come from other places.
Okay.
Right.
Can I get into this?
Yeah, go ahead.
At the start of the Russia-Ukraine war, and Russia was blocking and bringing up all forms of rhetoric on supplying gas to Europe. What did Germany do? They went back to coal. Even if they still got some, they still went back to, a lot of them went back to coal. So why you are saying Nigeria should, or Niger should do this, Niger should do that, why can't Nigeria?
They would lose, they need us.
Nigeria should start breeding hard.
Yes, because how,
and not depend on someone.
I'm trying to understand how hard it is, but you wanted to say something, Mr.
Yes, he said that it should not be left in the hands of the federal government. I would suggest local government. And the reason why
local government
to
subsidize, it's still government.
Yes, it's still government, but let it start from the local government.
Then when it gets to Christmas, what happens? They subsidize again.
That's where I'm going. That's
you subsidize in Easter.
There's a particular local government during Christmas. They subsidize chicken, and it has been working well for them.
Okay, that's their policy.
Yes.
Is it that they grow the chicken?
I don't know. I think it's this Odiolowoyi.
Is that in Lagos?
Yes, in
so
Lagos.
It's a local government in Lagos, and they
LCDA.
The LCDA subsidizes the prices of the chickens.
Yes, and they sell it to their community.
No, instead of this subsidy, why not empower people to farm this?
Not everybody can be farmers.
There are farmers.
Everybody wants to be farmers.
There are poultry farmers.
Okay.
Empower them to increase their intake. Empower them to grow bigger.
First of all,
where's the land?
The land is there.
And also the lands, they cost money. You are going to pay the fair value right now.
It's local government. Somewhere before you get to Ekpe here, there are lands that are directly mapped out for agriculture. They are all over this place.
So is it the local government that owns the poultry, or it's me, a private poultry owner, and the local government is now going to give me a land?
Instead of the local government giving people money to subsidize chicken, why not empower farmers to produce more chicken? Why not empower farmers to produce more rams? Why not empower farmers to produce more cows? That way, you know that it's not just the end bit that you are going to subsidize each person. But you are growing an economy.
I hear you.
But you know, while empowering them, we also have to talk about the political stability. So, which region are you talking about?
It's local government. So
I mean region. Is it the southwest, the north?
Now we've got to local government.
Yes.
So that is your business. If your local government does it, that's your local government's business. If your local government doesn't do it, then that is your own business. It's not
to play devil's advocate a little bit, I would think if, okay, I give a poultry farmer more chickens that they can rear, that would give birth, that will lay eggs and all of that, or we give them the feeders and all of that. What makes me think that the price would be lower? They just have more chickens to sell. Did I make any sense? Am I making any sense?
Now,
they just have more chickens to sell.
We used to have commodity boards.
Okay.
A few of them are still there. Commodity boards were not just putting money in agriculture.
Yeah.
They were making sure that more products were being produced. And since their money is involved, they control the price. So a lot of commodity boards, what they're even doing is they offtake from farmers. That's what's happening in Niger State right now. Niger State is telling everybody, it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter which state you are. If you know you can farm rice, come, we'll give you land. We'll support you. As you're harvesting, don't bother yourself, we'll buy it off you. So that way they can control the price.
But also in Lagos State, as we speak, because of the food inflation, that started over some time ago. If it's not early part of this year or last year, the Lagos State Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, they gathered somewhere somewhere in Ikeja. And I was there to cover that report, and I saw that the president of the Chamber of Commerce there, I think Mr. Gabriel Dausa, I think he was speaking, and the Lagos State Minister, Commissioner of Agriculture was there, and he spoke, and I think it was a man or a woman. So I was wondering, Lagos? Agriculture?
Yes.
What are they doing? Until I heard that there was this Sanwo-Olu market somewhere close to the Mile 12 International Market where they bring in, where you can get subsidized
food
agricultural produce. Yes. So when we talk about government intervention, I think it is very, very possible, whether it's coming from the federal government or the state government, but it will have to be produce specific, because they are talking about perishable goods here, including rice, beans. We're looking at tomato, onion, and all of that. So what the government in this case will have to do is to buy it from several farmers. They buy it from the farmers who sometimes experience waste because there are no storage or silos to preserve these goods. So when they buy them in that larger quantity, they are helping the farmer to make sure that he doesn't get any form of loss. And they are also making sure that these goods that are being produced in the rural areas have access to the urban areas where the larger armies of those who need to eat them are domiciled. Then they are sold for a subsidized amount, and the government does everything within its ambit to make sure that people don't sell more than the price that they have set for it, so that it can really be sold.
So really, there must be some oversight and regulation.
No,
of
there
should. Providing this
but the population of Lagos will also throw up another question: can those produce circulate?
Now, during that particular period, a lot of those farmer markets were established in all the local governments in Lagos. So on Sundays, once you put your ears to the ground, you know where the market is going to be. And they worked.
Yeah,
they work.
Very. Honestly, I love where we've gotten with this. Very insightful. But before we round up on the topic, Olumide, I want to get your own perspective. The middlemen right now, the people who are bringing these goods here and whatnot. What impact do you think they are playing on the pricing? And also, more important, because we all live in this country, we know that when things go up, sometimes they never come back down.
Always.
Always. So how do we address this, especially before the government, get involved? The people who are facilitating all of this, how do we, address it really?
The transporters?
Yeah, the transporters, people in the value chain.
It's a hard one, because they also have to bear the loss if fuel prices go up.
But don't you think that some of these prices are a little bit bloated? Because they're saying they're making gains, even though there are less
Everything
people.
is bloated during festive season. Whether there's any economic pressure or instability, it's always because there's this belief that people tend to buy more during festive periods. Salah, Christmas, Easter, people go all out. So it's always, that is why people are now beating that trick now and buying shortly before that festival.
6 months at a time.
6 months.
And really cattle, they must grow up.
That's what people do now.
they buy it months before that time. But even months before that time, it even gets expensive. Maybe they can add like 30 to 20%. So now, it's a whole lot. Because for the transporters also, they go through a whole lot. If the roads are not good, they bear it.
Yeah.
If their cars break down, they bear it. Sometimes these things could be looted or whatnot, they bear it. So how can the government help them? What can the government do?
Fix the roads, maybe?
Fix the road.
Yes. It's not just
But
a
not just
road
fixing
problem.
the road. Chooks, you mentioned
It's not
something
just
about
a road problem.
a train from
Yeah,
Niger.
if we have it, the tracks are still there.
They're still there.
But they're not operational.
It's not operational.
Yeah.
Now, the issue of the farmer and the middleman is something we would keep praying to God to help us as a people. It gets to a point when a business becomes exploitative. We see cases where someone will leave the metropolitan cities and go to the rural area and buy off the entire produce in a farm and pay the farmer. Well, they agree on it, but stipend. And move same thing to the metropolitan city and sell times 10.
Yes.
But we say it's business, but that is not business.
That's not business.
This is what we see happen year after year. Then we also see cases where they buy off some produce, like your melon, egusi, that we'll call it here. If you get to see, after rainy season 12, it becomes expensive. What is happening? They buy them off the farms and go and store and won't sell.
They hoard it.
They hoard it like hoarding. Then when the prices do times 2 times 5, they now come and start selling. Now this is where our Nigerianness needs to come out. We should feel for the next person. So this is where we need those commodity boards back. Because if we have those commodity boards, we will be able to take out this middleman issue. And the government will know that if I have bought a produce off you, it's my responsibility to move it to the end user, the end consumer. We won't have issues of farmer after selling, he can't even afford to send his children to school.
Yes.
So we need, the middleman is doing business, yes, but let's do business with some form of humankind.
Let's do that. We're about to round up, so let's just
okay.
A minute.
Okay, so the thing is this. I think this middleman issue, sometimes what I would want to point out is this. When we, bitter cola used to be, used to proliferate Nigerian market. And currently as we speak now, if we leave bitter cola aside, Nigeria is one of the best or highest producers of cassava and yam globally. So why is Gary expensive? So, so you begin to ask yourself, one of the reasons behind that is because the industrialists, not only in Nigeria, but also abroad, they've seen the industrial benefit of the bitter cola and of this cassava and yams. So when they come, they are, like you said, sometimes when they go, it's time, let's say about 6 months to harvest time. Before, as they are planting, these companies have come to buy it.
They've paid for it.
They've paid for it. So by the time they harvest, you're harvesting straight into these factories and all of that. And we all know that the noodles that we eat, some of them are produced with this cassava. Some of them are produced with this. So you felt that, okay, when industry comes to buy, they don't buy one, they don't buy two.
Yes.
If they are buying the whole acres, that's about 10 acres of those, and they're not doing that with one farmer. They're doing that with a few farmers. So that the staple, the Gary, that how much are you going to sell? And you're going to make more money, but you make more when you're buying from an organization. So that itself could lead to a spike in the price of those. As for Nigeria, the bitter cola case, it was foreigners that knew that we had much of that, and they were coming to ferry this thing out. One of it, I used to buy for 30 naira, 20 naira. Today, they sell one of it, 300 naira, 200 naira, 400 naira. Why? It didn't just go away like
400 in your place? Yeah. You live in a very high-class place.
Okay, that's a great way to that's a great way to even just round this up. I hear you all. Thank you so much. I really love those submissions. And if you are in a position to effect change so that my good people out there, can get things more affordable, please take some of the submissions of this gentleman that they've all submitted. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, Souq Business Landscape continues.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market. Souq Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. with the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Souq Business Landscape. Thank you so much for staying with us. We move on to our second topic of conversation today. The Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Limited has confirmed that its $10 billion Train 7 project is now 80% complete. With the complex project requiring, highly advanced technology and specialized manpower, the company has launched an intensive human capital development program in collaboration with the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. At the inauguration of 140 trainees in Port Harcourt, Dr. Sophia Hosfall, General Manager of External Relations and Sustainable Development, emphasized NLNG's commitment to building a skilled oil and gas workforce for the nation. The trainees who previously completed a year of basic technical training will now undergo 3 months of on-the-job experience in areas including commissioning, maintenance, and quality control at NLNG's Bonny Island facility. Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Engineer Felix Ogbe, said the program reflects the board's strategic investment in Nigeria's oil and gas future. So far, over 400 Nigerians have benefited from the initiative, which aligns technical training with real-time industry demands. All right, to us in the studio, gentlemen, one of the main things here, the Train 7 is 80% complete. The big question now is, how transformative will this $10 billion project be to Nigeria's economy, but also to our influence as energy giants globally? Let's hear you, Mr. Chips.
Definitely, this is one of those projects that we've been looking forward to for a very long time. Now, if you remember, when we had that inroad into liquefied natural gas, that was 1999, we were all shouting and saying, okay, crude, you have somebody to compete with. Yeah. But 1999 till date, it's been a long time. But what they've made progress from a 2-train facility to 6-train facility in 9 years. That was good, even if you wanted more. Now, this 7-train project is estimated to boost their capacity production by 35%. That's from 22 million tons per annum to about 30 million tons per annum. But now, Nigerians will want to see figures. That's just the major issues. We have the ninth largest reserve, energy reserve in the world. We want to see this being exported. Now, yes, we have been. Over 5,000 ships have left our shores and crossed to those that want it. But now, for this 7th train, one thing we have learned from crude oil is that of foreigners, let me be direct, manning the helms of affairs. For this particular project, we are seeing the training of Nigerians, even if they are not that high, how will I call it, not top management staff, both in management and in technology-wise. But we will get there. I want to see what Souq does. Poach, get the best, train those on ground, let them be able to take over whatever is being built. As they are building, we want to see Nigerians watching and building alongside. Now, we see a lot of fabrication works, we see a lot of the metal works, we see a lot of the engineering works, we see Nigerian companies are part of it as this is happening. That is a yes for us. We want to see more. We want to see more. As we speak, the LNG is contributing about 4% of our annual GDP. We want to see it grow to 20-30%. Gas is the future. It's not like it's something that we are scared and say it's going to devastate the environment. No. Gas is the part of the future. So we want to see this particular arm of government be very transparent. That's one. Personnel-wise, Nigerians should, in the next few years, not just be the leading exporter of it, but also the leading personnel in that particular sector. I want to see accountability too.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I love about your assertion was, you know, when you spoke about, you know, boosting local expertise in the field. Mr. Krumale, do you think that finally Nigeria might be getting our local content strategy right, especially with something like this?
Okay, so I think was it the executive secretary, one of the chief executives, or one of the executive position members that you mentioned was you know, expressing gratitude to the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board for how they've, because those number of people that Mr. Souq called and you also called, and that is even stated in the report, about 140 of them will be trained.
Over 400.
Over 400 rather will be trained. That's an initiative that is driven by the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, because local content, this is what we're talking about when we're talking about transfer of technology from the foreign clime down to us. They can come here, we can hire them to buy us locomotives, to build rail lines and all of that, yes, but that technology, the knowledge behind needs to be transferred. So if, imagine those 400, if they are being trained in whatever they need to be trained within that space of transportation, and how the spiral effect or the ripple effect will be on the advantage of our country. Now, after then, what I want to look at is the benefits that we will be getting from this. Even though we started 20, I don't know if 2019, everyone we started this.
2020.
2020, yeah.
2020,
yes.
Okay, yes, that we started. And for the fact that 5 years, after 5 years or 6 years, we're just 80%. Why? I want to know why we've wasted.
It's stalled.
No, yes, that's why it needs to do that. Now the government needs to do that, and this administration needs to make sure that we bring back the glory days of the Nigeria Railway Corporation, which actually fetched the government of this country a larger chunk also, a substantial chunk of the IGR. So if at this time we're having annually, and it's giving us 1 billion naira and more, I think we can do more to get more than 1 billion naira. Because if you look at cargo transportation, pipeline, or petroleum transportation, this is the facility that will do the magic. And we will be able to get something from that. And not only that, we look at the transportation and ferrying of goods and services from one part of the country to the other part of the country. It's going to facilitate that process, and probably if it has to do with petroleum resources, maybe we do not have to encounter the problems that we've been encountering before, where we have trucks and all of them. Nigerian liquefied natural gas, not the Nigerian
railways.
Not the Nigerian railways. So we can achieve a lot with this. However, if the government comes in where it's supposed to come in and play its role effectively, I think we should have a positive result.
I love that we talked about the training and the equipping and pushing for local expertise. 80% so far has been completed. 400 people.
80% in 4 years. 80% in 4 years.
Which means it's left with like 20% to go.
Yes.
Which we don't know how long that 20% will be. I hate to be the naysayer. I feel like I'm always very negative.
Definitely. Now, see, the thing is this. We are not dealing with, we're not just dealing with dry land construction. This is happening in the waters. Large chunk of it is happening within the Bonny side of the country. And for the liquefied natural gas, now they started with train 2 long time ago. Now we are trying to be able to get more, pump more, transport more, explore more. We are at train 7. Definitely they go beyond train 7 with time. But this particular project is costing us $10 billion coming from outside, though.
Dollars.
Yes, $10 billion coming from a lot of investments, with Nigeria also putting their money down. And we look forward to having an organization that is world class. Now they have separated themselves right from the onset. And we are major players globally.
Yes.
We just don't want to be major players. We want to be the leading player. We want to be able to say, okay, in 4-5 years, we are giving Nigeria 20% of our GDP, 30% of our GDP. So that way, every single week, we can monitor how much was explored, how much was pushed out, how much was sold, and how much do we have. That is what we want to see. And this is seriously advanced technology driven.
I hear you.
And Nigerians are in the forefront of it.
I hear you. But correct me if I'm wrong, the Dangote refinery here employs about 30,000 workers, if not more.
Okay.
Right? So if you're building a $10 billion infrastructure and you are saying that, oh, we're trying to boost local expertise and we're training people.
No, they've trained. The 400 is
they've
done
trained
already.
the 400. Yeah, they've trained the 400 and you're already 80. So between 0 to 80%, you trained 400 people.
Okay.
400 people are not enough.
Definitely. I hope you know people are working there already.
People are working there.
Definitely, Nigerians are. We have we've been blessed with not just lines. A lot of the vessels ferrying our gas are Nigerian vessels.
Interesting.
That's one good thing about them. So several Nigerian vessels have been ferrying our liquefied natural gas, even if we still have input from other nations and other organizations. So they've been in operation, and we just want more transparency.
Yes, I think
and
I think
more
that's very
involvement
good.
of Nigerian companies. If Nigerian companies can produce 50% of our crude as we speak, then Nigerian companies can do better.
Fair enough. Mr. Limited, what do you think this means, for Bonny Island, the people who live there? What impact, do you think that an infrastructure of this magnitude will have on the people and the area?
Well, it's a good initiative,
Yeah.
job creation, skill transfer. We'll have a pipeline of talent retained in Nigeria and all that. But there are also environmental concerns. The expansion of energy infrastructure, raises questions about emission,
Yes.
the ecosystem disruption, community impact, and all that. And we are supposed to be shifting towards renewable energy.
Yes.
So I hope that this initiative would not draw us back and make us vulnerable at the end of the day. So these are some of the things we also need. Then also the biggest question is sustainability. We live in Nigeria, sustainability. Also, these people that are trained, what happens after they have been trained?
They are retained.
They are retained.
Global practices. I don't think another company can pay them better.
They are retained.
Yes.
So it all boils down to sustainability. I won't say more.
Okay.
But right now, with this infrastructure, should we be looking at boosting domestic operations or export expansion?
Export expansion.
That should be our primary.
That is the priority.
I think that solves the problem, the concern that Olumide is raising about sustainability. And we also need to know, as much as we are, categorized or classified as a country with abundant natural resources, and they said we have lots of crude right beneath our feet. Some experts said, notwithstanding the amount of crude that we have beneath our feet, it cannot be compared to the gas that we have as a country. And Nigeria
gas is way more.
It's way more.
Yeah.
It's way more than the crude. And if we have more gas than the crude, and we have infrastructure like this Train 7 being put in place for us not only to satisfy local demands, but also to satisfy exports, then I think the issue about sustainability will be achieved because, and if we're exporting, we are not exporting in Naira, because we're exporting in dollars, and we stand to make more, then we'll keep the wheels running.
Very. Do you want to make a final session?
I just like that, keeping the wheels running. Mine is just accountability.
Mine is sustainability.
I mean, again, 4 years in, 80% done, which means this project is supposed to be finished by the end of this year. or maybe early 2026?
No,
it's meant to be.
If we go with maths,
that we can
if we go with maths and 4 years, 80%, then 20% should be done in 1 year.
Yeah. So
let's say by next year, this time next year, they should be done.
And again,
and
this Bonny Island is in Rivers State, and we know, there's a little bit of political unrest. Is there a fear?
Bonny is very quiet.
No, I'm talking about Rivers State in general.
Whatever happens there, Bonny's on his own.
Stays there.
Oh no, Bonny's on his own.
All right, so we are saying that there's no risk of like a
politically inclined,
political
definitely it's connected, but Bonny's on his own.
It is connected, and
Bonny's always Bonny.
I know why Chips is saying that. The only disruption that we may have is the people will give the orders for work to be done.
Yeah.
And because some of the appointments can be influenced by politics, and if it is influenced by politics, because normally I don't really think it was supposed to drag for this long, 4 years, but we know it is.
The contract was awarded in 2020.
We know it's a Herculean task, and that it's something they can look at it that way. But it's okay. We can do more than that, and hopefully, if by this year ends, we get that. Then I think some of the aspiration of this administration might come to pass, because it's going to boost exports, and maybe the aspiration of becoming the $1 trillion economy might be achieved.
Can we increase? Okay. Can't we increase the number of people who have been trained? 400 is
also it's not. That's what I said. It's not a huge figure. And if he said the people are already
these are trained already, not
not the people that are currently
not the intake, not those currently working, and not those that will be trained.
But also, I think there should be a plan for actual retention of the labor, because
definitely
you can't these people and then they get better opportunities outside.
That's what that was where
there can't be a better opportunity, and I want to know
outside.
How do you know that?
Outside
is the why I wanted you to ask.
Nigeria or outside.
Now, there can't be a better opportunity. Now, outside Nigeria, maybe the person wants a different kind of life.
Yeah.
I don't know if you understand now. If you know Bonny very well, you just know that it's a different
have you visited Bonny before?
You know, it's a beautiful, different community.
Sounds like you know that.
So now, for everyone working in that industry, it's the oil and gas industry. They are not paid because they are Nigerian. You're paid an international grade level fee. So what you be paid here is the same thing, almost the same thing you be paid in Saudi Arabia. The only thing you might enjoy is just maybe the environment, the climb, and the perks that come with being outside your workplace.
All right, I will do my findings as regards that, and we'll come back to Mr. Chukwujon Rogers as the financial analyst and payroll manager
of in Bonny Island.
But obviously, great things are happening in the liquefied natural gas sector, and we hope, even though I like to play the devil's advocate every now and then, we all want the best for the country, and we hope that everything falls into place. We'll go on a short break, but don't forget, this is Souq Business Landscape, and we'll be back with more. Don't go anywhere.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakonde was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakonde was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakonde, Souq Enlightenment.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature.
All right, welcome back. This is still Souq Business Landscape on Souq News TV. Thank you so much for staying tuned to our final topic of discussion for this afternoon. The federal government is accelerating talks with the Japan International Cooperation Agency to activate a 15 billion yen, which approximately is $110 million emergency loan aimed at boosting food production and strengthening resilience against inflation and supply shocks. This was confirmed after a high-level meeting involving the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, and the Minister of Agriculture, Senator Abubakar Kyari, alongside JICA officials in Abuja. Yes, more loans. Everybody is looking to give Nigeria a loan at this point. But the main issue here is that this loan is supposed to boost our agricultural sector, which is great because we had a conversation about the RAMs and logistics and all of that. What are your thoughts on this in general, Chooks?
Is it buying food or boosting agricultural sector? It's just vague.
It's Nigeria's agricultural production.
The agricultural production, you know.
What exactly?
All of it, everything agriculture can produce.
What do we produce in Nigeria? We produce rice.
Now you're talking like one of those lecturers that will just go print handout and say get it.
No, that's not me. That's the information that's available. That has nothing to do with me.
I'm talking about that information.
Okay, fair.
It's just that you just print out and again, 100 and something loan.
Yeah.
And this is coming easy. It's not a grant. We are going to pay back.
Exactly.
Through a ministry. No. This is a capital no. If we say we want to invest in agriculture, let it be homegrown.
Yes.
What idea, what project that is not homegrown can never be sustained. This is not sustainable. Because I bet you there are no specifics on this particular loan.
Yes, there are. And even Japan have made a report to that, you know, that there's really no clarity on what exactly this loan is for. And I think that's when you know that there's a problem.
But they give, knowing fully in return that they're going to get something back.
Yeah.
I don't know if you understand. It's the hand that is giving you, there is a full bucket collecting.
Yes.
So why are we still following these routes year in, year out? If we really want to grow agriculture, then let's have a plan here in Nigeria.
That is sustainable.
That is sustainable. And not federal government driven. Federal government is not in the farms.
So basically, what we're saying now is Nigeria needs to focus on food sovereignty.
Thank you very much. That is where it should start. This should be run from the local farmer to the local government to the state government. Federal government should just watch and supervise.
But Chooks, if we are looking towards food sustainability, food sovereignty, like you just said, and for us to be able to feed 220 or 200, more than 200
over
million
200
people,
million people.
Before we can stabilize on our feet to have no
surplus,
not just surplus, to be able, because we need to put infrastructure and technology in place that will make us to harvest at least like 3 or 4 times in a year.
You have to plant before you harvest.
Yes, but there is Naseni itself and other institutions.
Naseni is not planting.
Yeah, I know, but it has to do. It's a component institution that builds tech, and that has to do with drainage also. That also facilitates that. No, so because they have said something like that they are trying to walk the path or make technology available where
technology for what?
For us to have continuous at least 3 times a year harvest coming from our farms.
There are specifics.
We need some form of money.
Specifics.
Yes.
When problem comes, you now seek technology to either overcome the problem or make that particular process faster. Now the person is planting. If he needs to till the ground, okay, there are tractors that you have pullers for hedges, for ridges. You now look for technology for that. If it's a big farm, a big acres of land. If it's for harvest, you have harvesters. If it's for sprinklers, if you have to apply pesticides, then you now look for sprinklers, whatever. But now, what solutions that happen that solve their problem in the West can't solve our problems because we don't have the same kind of land.
Different climes.
Apart from the climb, we don't have ownership of land like the way they do there.
Well,
land
adopting
and people that are farming here are not the same kind of way they farm there. We farm small scale here. 20 people farming an acre of land. Okay, you can't even enter from one person's land to the other except they come together as a group.
Yes.
We have farms that are community driven.
Yes.
So you can't go from one community to the other except you have to pull them together. This is where we need government to come in. Now we are looking at the loan of 110 million. Can you specifically say this is where this money is going to? It's going to grow this kind of crops or to rear this kind of animals. Can we specifically say that? Or it's going to build silos? Or it's going to build a road from Angwarimi to Ilori that will ease transport? What exactly is that money being used?
You know, it's, I mean, if you ask me, I can't give an answer. You know, that's my major issue here. But Olumide, when you look at our, you know, external loan plan of about $21 billion, if external borrowing plan, which is not yet to. We plan to still borrow and additional
as we speak right now, there is the document is in the National Assembly.
Yes,
we don't even know whether they've approved it for 24.1
as of now, we don't
billion.
know if they've approved it yet. But what does this mean for you, Olumide? We were talking about loans all week last week, and this week there's still loans. We're talking about $110 million from Japan. Japan is telling us that we're not really clear on what you want. And, we are not, we that are asking for the loan, it seems like we don't particularly know exactly where we're going to channel this funds to.
We want the money.
We just want the money. Olumide, where do you think this sits with our plan for borrowing our existing debt profile? What is all of this about?
I think it all makes sense now when China said that they like doing business in Africa.
Of course.
And they are encouraging more investors, more people to come into West Africa and, do whatever they want. Because I don't even know how much each Nigerian, if this is shared between all Nigerians, over 200, I don't know how much will be. And that's not even the case. The case is accountability. This boils down on accountability. We are not seeing what this thing is for. We hope probably we'll see some debate at the National Assembly. Yeah. If not, we'll just hear it has been approved. And
has the money not been taken and disbursed? Or disbursed and taken?
Okay, so I want to read some. Okay, go on.
Now, from the reports I'm seeing here, the loan, is supposed to enable immediate funding for core farming activities, especially during the rainy season, to help increase food output.
What are the core farming activities?
That's what I'm saying. That's what.
Okay, so
that's what I'm reading here.
Okay,
which is not bad, and it says by increasing local food supply, the loan can help reduce dependence on
generalistic, if I can use that.
Lower food prices. That's what they are saying.
It's very prima facie.
Let's deal with what he just said.
No. You have your day. Let me just finish.
Okay.
My major concern now is when this administration leaves and another administration comes in, I hope that this administration would have sorted out all the loans and everywhere. I remember when Obasanjo went from countries to countries, seeking debt reliefs and all that. I hope we'll just be able to sort this out after this administration goes, so that China doesn't come and just seize our airport and what.
No, it won't happen.
All right.
Now let's follow what you just read. Now, according to the report.
According to the report, yes.
Now, according to the report is saying lower food. No, let's start with what's the first one?
It's supposed to enable immediate funding of core farming.
Good. It's just
so that during the rainy season,
nothing was said.
During the rainy season,
do you want me to give you some?
Let's
aggregation, financing, and value chain support.
Lower food prices. How can you lower food prices? Typical example: maize. Maize takes 3 months or less than 3 months, between 2-3 months. So if I plant maize now, is it going to lower the food prices when harvest is coming in 3 months?
Also reduce dependence on food import.
Dependence on food import, which means they want to go and start. You see, this is where we get specific. Are they taking this money to go and buy cereal? Say it. Are you taking this money to go to another place to go and buy wheat? Say it. Because you can't tell me that it's going to lower. No, that's not true. That is 100% not true.
Okay, Chus, what about issues like the federal government is engaging with Japan International to support 500,000 farmers ahead of the 2025 wet season? Now, 500,000 farmers.
Where?
Will be supported, of course, in the country, and we know that many of them are domiciled in the northern part.
We're trying here.
The northern part of the country.
You keep questioning us like we're fighting here.
Apart from boosting agricultural output that he talked about through timely import delivery, blah blah blah, harvest handling. Yeah. Now we've spoken about harvest handling and how in this process there are some food.
Now we've gotten to a place where our president have taught us to question everything.
Yes.
And ask questions.
No, he didn't only taught us. He told us to.
No. He also taught us.
Criticize him.
He taught us. No now the issue is, you said harvest what? Harvest what?
To timely, blah blah blah, efficient post-harvest handling.
Okay, good.
And improved market access.
Is enough. Post-harvest handling. Did they plant? We've said that before.
Yeah.
You can't harvest what you did not plant. So what are you harvesting?
But we've had seasons where we planted and some of the harvest got lost in transit because we do not have some specific infrastructure to save this product.
As we speak with you,
I understand.
I went to Abuja last month. On my way back, I saw
Silos.
Beautiful silos that were built. I still have those pictures. As the driver was asked, hey, slow down. I still have those pictures. Now, tell me that you're taking this money to build silos in Enugu. I'll say, okay, good. Or you want to build cold room in Jos. I'll say, beautiful. Or you want to build a different kind of farming in Abeokuta. I'll say, beautiful. Now we are talking specifics. Now, mind you, just last year, what's it called? African Development Bank dropped another loan. I don't know if that was a grant to every single local government.
Yes.
For farming. What is the result? What has come out of that?
Do we even know what the money was used for?
I don't know. What has come out of that? Now we are taking another 110 million and we are just dropping it on vague.
Maybe before the end of the year, we'll start buying a Congo of Gary for 500.
Let's hope
you plant cassava.
Let's even
now,
hope
say
not.
before what?
Before December.
Okay, now, Muyo, please permit me.
Go ahead.
That is not going to happen. Because for you to harvest the Gary you will take in January, you've planted it last year.
In January of next year?
This December.
Okay, for us to...
This December,
okay.
The cassava was planted last year. So, dear Priye, where are we going?
The ones that
all right, our government says we urgently
I think it's just accountability.
Yeah, accountability. That's where this is. But our government also says that we urgently need this. Again, as they say for the
so why don't they just tell us that they want to go buy grains?
But let's even just say ceteris paribus, right? Like, okay, this money comes in, and we're trying to do the right thing with this money. We also have to recognize the existing inflation right now. How would this money make the inflation, reduce for the people? How would it?
The money is not going to production. That is where the problem is. Now, the money is going to consumption. The loans we are taking is directly going into consumption. So there is no production, anything. So there is no, even
nothing to fall back.
We that are taking the loan is just to spend it, to consume it. There's nothing that we're going to produce to give us profit that we can now pay back and still have something in return. So this is the sad part of it. This kind of loans needs to stop.
It is. Priya, while all of this is going on, just to annoy, well, let me not use the word annoy, but just to get you all revved up a little bit, we're also requesting a 51 million, let me look at, a 51 million euro grant.
That's a grant.
Yeah, which is better, right?
We can get all the grants we can get. I welcome it.
What are your thoughts on this? We're asking. It seems like we're always just asking for money everywhere.
No. Well, no country is an island, and we need all the help that we can get.
That prayer goes.
Yes, and we need all the money that we can get. But the thing is this: I know the reason why Chooks is hungry. I am also. But the thing is, what we can say is that when monies come like this, we are supposed to tie them to specific projects.
Yes.
And now the government has tied this money to a specific project of agriculture. Chooks is now very, very...
Let him learn. Let him learn.
Can you define the word specific?
Chooks is now very, very specific. Okay, fine. Now if it's going to agriculture, could it be more specific in the...
But it's not wrong. If Japan is saying there's no currency themselves...
I'm not saying it's wrong. But 500,000 farmers who in the wet season.
Okay,
come on. 500,000. The names of 500,000 farmers.
You make it look like wet season is a place in Kaduna State. So wet season is somewhere.
Okay, so where I'll be more specific is this.
Okay.
If the government, because the government can't just say, okay, Japan International Cooperation Agency, I need, here's the paper, give me $110 million or $1 billion. And they're just going to present it. And that is why I invite to address issues from institutional perspective as well.
We never tell us the terms of this country.
Can you tell us?
Our president went to China.
No. Can't you tell?
With the governor of Lagos State.
He
was very direct. Give us a loan to build a red line.
Did you just say?
No.
Did you just say that? Before he said that, proposal would have gone to the National Assembly. The National Assembly would have gone through this papers for this one. And even if Japan does not have any right to come in public domain to say, we want to give them $110 million. We don't know million naira. We don't even know what they're asking for, but you know what? We're going to give them anyways. That is
As
wrong.
the World Bank
I think it is. I think
the World Bank
the World Bank have the right because it's a multilateral.
Okay.
Because this one is
Then
facilitated.
Japan
We
is
are
what?
going to pay
They're
back.
not- they're not
We
sovereign
are going to
states.
pay back. If I'm
What
coming to
bank
you
is
to
it?
borrow money,
All right,
if I'm
gentlemen.
coming to you to
All right,
borrow money,
all
you
right,
don't have the
gentlemen.
right to go out and be telling them that I don't know what he wants to use it for. I think it's wrong.
Okay, now
So by the time the government has a responsibility.
Hold on, guys. I think that the biggest takeaway here is that when we're, trying to get loans and, as you said, it has to be tied to a specific project. As you said, there must be transparency. You also mentioned that as well.
Sorry, the president said we need red line to be specific. Going from this point of the mainland to that point of the island, specific names, Ekpe, Aja, down. As we speak, the blue line, they've taken consignment of the coaches and the trains as of this week.
Great.
I don't know if that specifics. And the people see it working. Now you are saying you are dropping 5,000 wetland where?
500,000.
Anyway, before we close, I want to hear your thoughts, Olumide. What do you think all of this does for the image of Nigeria?
I want to be optimistic as well.
I do too.
So
you're tired, right?
I think it would, from the report also, it says here that it will also encourage political ties or economic ties with Japan, make it stronger.
We're trying to build friendships.
We're trying to build friendship, partnership.
Now, this is the real story. Friendship and partnership. The up one.
And the more Chooks and I continue to do business, the more I continue to borrow money from Chooks and I pay back, the stronger
Who is going to pay back?
The bond created by the interest, the stronger the bond.
Facilitate global trade.
Thank you, Priye. Thank you, Priye.
So,
thank you.
We cannot really say that we've not benefited. Even if it's a loan we're collecting from them, but we've also benefited somehow from them also.
All right. Thank you so much, Olumide.
Apart from the loans.
Thank you, gentlemen. It has been a great show. This has been the Eid. What's Eid al-Fitri?
Eid al-Kabir.
Eid al-Kabir. I apologize to my Muslim brothers and sisters. We wish you a beautiful, beautiful day. Also, save some meat for us if you can. And from all of us here, we say thank you. My name is Moyo Adebi. You can follow me on all social media platforms at Moyo Lagos. And please follow Souq News TV as well, at Souq News TV on all social media platforms as well. Chooks, any last words?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Have yourself a beautiful celebration. And remember, be nice to one another. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. You can follow me at CGUVNOR, that's C Governor, on all social media platforms. Be nice.
All right, Priye.
Yeah, and it's for me, it's Oyin Priye 8. Instagram and Oyipriye5 on Twitter. Many thanks for watching.
Mr. Olumide.
Many thanks for watching. Happy Salah celebration. I am Olumide Shokoya, Media Juggernaut on Instagram. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, from all of us here, have a lovely day ahead. God bless.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem it to come to National Museum anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souq Perspective.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that, I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. Well, I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss, because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year, I had to work in a post office in London. And it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978, 79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive, hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add it to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, we know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, JAPA in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates. So your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and live. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with pidgin English. And you know, pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak pidgin in Hawaii. They speak pidgin in China. They speak pidgin, Old English Cockney is pidgin. American even is a form of pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She's an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities, and these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something, actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, They are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think that just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration is, I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner. He's really a business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward, because people want to know about Nigeria. They love, in Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche, and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's river side, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be light to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African-American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sport. Polo. Nigeria. I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make wealth, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Hello and welcome to World News on Souq News Television, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. President Bola Tinubu has commissioned the African Medical Center of Excellence in Abuja, a major step towards improving healthcare in Nigeria and positioning the country as a regional medical hub. Speaking through Vice President Kashim Shettima, the president described the facility as a symbol of African resilience and a bold move against medical vulnerability. The hospital, developed by Afreximbank Bank in partnership with King's College Hospital, London, features cutting-edge technology, including West Africa's first 18-MEV cyclotron and one of the largest stem cell labs on the continent. The medical center is part of Nigeria's broader health reform plan, which has already secured over $2.2 billion in investment. Under the Health Sector Renewal Initiative, the government aims to renovate 17,000 primary health centers, train 120,000 health workers, and expand the national health insurance in the next 3 years. President Tinubu says the goal is not just to treat the sick, but to train future African medical specialists and reduce reliance on foreign healthcare. Finance Minister Wale Edun revealed that the privately funded facility is worth over $400 million and praised it as a marvel of science that could not have come at a better time. Investors traded about 3 billion shares worth 70 billion naira in 64,000 deals during the 4-day trading week, down from 4 billion shares valued at 119 billion naira in nearly 90,000 deals last week. This marks a sharp 50% drop in transaction value following the Eid al-Kabir holidays declared by the federal government. Despite the slowdown, the market closed strong as the all-share index rose nearly 3% to 115,000 points, with market capitalization hitting 72 trillion naira. Financial services led activity with over 2 billion shares worth 52 billion naira, while Fidelity Bank, Legend Internet, and Guarantee Trust Holding Company accounted for almost half of the week's total turnover. Now, Ghana has thrown its weight behind Morocco's plan to resolve the long-standing Western Sahara dispute, calling it the only realistic and lasting solution. The announcement followed a meeting between Ghana's Foreign Minister Samuel Okudzeto Blakwa and his Moroccan counterpart Nasser Bourita in Rabat. In a joint statement, both countries agreed the United Nations should remain the sole platform for negotiations. Ghana joins a growing list of countries, including Kenya and the United Kingdom, showing support for Morocco's position. The two nations also pledged closer ties in defense, trade, and agriculture. Ghana hopes to boost cocoa production using Moroccan fertilizers and cut down on its $3 billion food import bill. Zambia says it is working to restructure a $45 million loan it owes to the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank. The country's Treasury Secretary, Felix Nkulukusa, confirmed the loan is commercial, not concessional, and talks are ongoing to reach new terms. The development comes as pressure mounts from Zambia's official creditors, including the Pari Club, who insists the Afrexim Bank loan must be included in the country's wider debt restructuring plan. Meanwhile, rating agency Fitch recently downgraded Afrexim Bank's credit rating, citing high credit risks and weak risk control. Moving on, South Africa is stepping up efforts to contain a worsening outbreak of foot and mouth disease. The government has ordered over 900,000 vaccine doses, with the first batch arriving next week. The virus, which affects cloven-hoofed animals like cattle, has spread across 5 provinces, with KwaZulu-Natal hardest hit. This week, the country's largest feedlot, Karen Beef, confirmed an outbreak at its facility near Johannesburg. The Agriculture Ministry says the plan goes beyond emergency response, aiming to build long-term systems to manage future outbreaks. Meanwhile, beef exports to countries like China, Namibia, Zimbabwe remain suspended. South Africa is also rolling out its first ever mass poultry vaccination to prevent another deadly bird flu wave after last year's outbreak wiped a third of its chicken flock. Moving on, the U.S. federal judge has blocked a new order by President Donald Trump, that would have stopped Harvard University from admitting international students. Judge Allison Burroughs said the move could cause serious harm to school and its students, calling it potentially illegal. Harvard had sued Trump administration, accusing it of punishing university for speaking out on political issues. The government had claimed the ban was for national security reasons, and accused Harvard of links to foreign nations and failing to address anti-Semitism. Over 7,000 foreign students are currently enrolled at Harvard, making up more than a quarter of its student body. And that's a wrap on Souq News Television. Do follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya.
Hello and welcome to another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. We start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. But for business, PET bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them, remove caps and labels, then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now, clean, well-sorted flakes commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know your market, your buyers, including local manufacturers or plastics textile companies. And even exporters, that's very important. You never can tell. Some flakes are shipped to India, China, Vietnam, or reused here in Nigeria to make buckets, chairs, or even new bottles. So let me give you a pro tip. You need to form relationships with aggregators or industrial buyers. And if you can process into pellets or fiber, your margins jump like boom. So step 4, add value, add impact. Don't just collect, create. Now some entrepreneurs now turn waste into tiles, paving bricks, and designer bags. I tell you, a lot is happening with recycling bottles. So you reduce plastic pollution and you add jobs while doing it. Step 5, learn the rules. This business is tied to regulations. So register with local waste authorities, and if you plan to export, get listed with NAFDAC or the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Now complying means credibility and access to big opportunities. Recycler, na bottle we dey see everywhere, gutter, road, market, but with correct machine, you fit make better money. The work dey stressful, but if you no lazy, e go pay. Of course, there are challenges: dirty waste, poor sorting, market fluctuation. Sometimes power supply slows down operations, but where others see nuisance, you should see niche. It's a dirty business with clean money. So here is your takeaways. Plastic recycling isn't just about helping the environment. It's a smart hustle. It's scalable, impactful, and already reshaping communities. From bottle to bank account, plastic is profit if you know the game. And I am Grace Komalafe. I'm here reminding you that waste is only waste when you waste it. Until next time, keep crafting your cash.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, say for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.